Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicap real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 1st of October 2025 and we are going to do some analysis today. We are going to do it here at Sandown, and the track that we are going to be using today is the Hillside. This track we have raced here quite a few times, has got two circuits. One is the leg side, the other one is the hillside. We are going to take this side today, the larger measurements. This side has a straight of 490 meters approximately. The ground rating today is good, and we've got about 7 races here today. So we'll see what we can do here and how everything goes. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we think are going to get into some position we wait for the results. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. And that's exactly what we try and do. So we'll get on with the first one here today, which is here at Sandown, and we'll take the odds and see what's going on. It starts in 24 minutes. Six 154. So that six is the favorite. Six is the EW. Uh, six is the EW. Now the thing with the 1,000 meters here or any other distance here at this track is what we've seen is the lady horses they they get a difficult time winning here at this track. And the other one, which is here, the linear, this one had 6 races and it is still a maiden. It is still a maiden. Is it a good one? It is a good one. But the point stays this, that it had 6 chances, and in 6 chances, it still haven't been able to do anything, which is quite surprising. And why it never happened or why it did not happen is something that is very difficult to assume. But the fact of the matter is this, that it had 6 races and it is still a maiden, which shouldn't be the case. So this is the first one. Both the things are dicey. This one is an EW. It is supposed to be somewhere in between. And if it is the favorite without any races on 1,000 meter, that makes it dicey. Anyways, the fillies, they have a difficult time here at the hillside. They do have a difficult time because they start with the difficulty. So it's a maiden, and then this is the EW. It is supposed to be somewhere in the middle, and now today it is the favorite, which makes it very dicey. The one is a linear, which I like, but the fact remains that 6 races, it is still a maiden. The 5 is again a filly, which is like that, but these two are very difficult. They are very, very high. Even for the matter, this one is a very high drop in leverage. So I don't know how those things will work. But so that too is a check. I don't know if this will be able to do anything or not, but mathematically this is where we reach. Okay, this one has had about 6 races. If it does something today, then it's a different thing. It's the linear. It's got everything. It's there's nothing not to like about this horse. There's everything. It's got the physics. It's got dedicated jock. It's the linear, one of the highest FRs. The pressure looks okay, but the problem is 6 races and still maiden. What is wrong with this horse is something that is very difficult to assume. Why, even after 6 races, it is still a maiden is something that I don't know. So if we look at the leverage from how things are, then after the 1, it is a 2, right? These 2 has the highest leverage. The 6 we can't calculate because that's going to be running for the first time. This is the second one. The 5 is again a filly with a very difficult situation. The 2 fits the bill. It's got one of the best jocks. 2 races, maybe, because there's something not right with the 1. Why it has not won so far is it always came in second. Every time it came in second. When I'm looking at the race net, it came in second. Why? What happens to this at the last moment? In that case, the 6 is there. I mean, that's the EW. In that case, I mean, even if we assume that it always had this kind of a situation wherein it had an EW to, which was there with a very strong advantage, and it just couldn't pull up, then that's something that is Possibly. But those are all speculation, and I don't know if it's very difficult to uh, take a stand on this horse. It's very difficult to take a stand on this horse, though everything is all right. But still, 6 races did nothing with a dedicated jock. Always came in second, so that's that. In that case, I mean, that's the right odd if we think it like that. But the fact is also this, that the 6 is going to be running for the first time, and it has never been into 1,000 meter. 1,000 meter is something that is not exactly the right distance to bank on a horse like this. So that's where the 2 comes in. So, which is here. This one is there with all that thing. If that wins the second linear, then it's 5. But that is also very difficult. That generally doesn't happen here, but maybe today, because of that reason, it might just work. We'll see how it works. But that is difficult to believe. I mean, to bank on this one. It is also difficult to bank on this one. 6 and 1, both are dicey. Let's see how it works. Dows, welcome back. William, welcome back. So, what days are you racing this week? We're going to be racing today. We're going to be racing Saturday at Randwick. Some of the major races are coming up at Randwick on Saturday. Dows, did you have anything else in mind? We also have Flemington, but Flemington is just with one Group 1 race, wherein the same day there are about 3 Group 1 races at Randwick. So we'll see.
By a draw, interesting placement with this horse. Yeah, there was no real money around on debut. Kilmarnock good track. They gave him a break, brought him back to 5-year-old, ran over 1,000 on the heavy track. He ran second. The format of the race hasn't worked out well. He got sort of beaten on the turn. I'm not convinced to me. It doesn't quite mark as well.
Strong horse is. He's just a fair bit on his toes the whole time that he's been in the yard. He looks like he's been well prepared. Has had the benefit of having a relatively hard hit out on that heavy track first up, which you would assume that he's taken nice natural improvement out of. His coat's nearly there. I think all round he's in pretty good nick.
The Jack Fleming's good team. He's horse number 3, John Allen in the saddle. Comes through the race one by Street Artist on the day. Yeah, look, it was a nice performance. A nice enough performance. Just looked a little on pace and probably a touch slow weight didn't help the course of Jets and Jack, but there was definitely something there. They got the winner is going on. That may help. And of course, there's been a bit of winning form out of the race. Kiwi Raider. We know a few of those, don't we? Oh, we do know a few of those. Obviously. This is the horse that we've run well.
This guy is striding out nicely, lovely and free in his action. He's not a horse that carries much surplus in condition. He looks pretty wound up, ready to put today.
Luke Curry shooting that this afternoon. They've tested in a city race in the back end of last preparation. Just having started the three. There's 2 runs there. It's a good form out of the race. There's a couple of winners out of the Cranbourne event, and then she went to Caulfield. Big price Solid Girls been running pretty well. Yeah. In better races. I like the jump out. I think genuine contender here final moments. And yeah, I thought the markets probably touch those.
With this girl, she's quite a nice type of horse. She seems to be well prepared too. She's a good style. Her fitness is pretty forward and her coat's in healthy condition. So I think it's a really nice parade by hand.
5 parts of profit. It's pretty 56. Trying to lock your amount. We really like it. It's pretty good fun. But I'm going to do that fair style. I think the favourite, but Grandstand was closest sort of at the finish, and they kept on pretty well after the profit there. This filly, so she'll improve the run on it, no doubt. How much she does, it has yet to be seen, but she's third length in the market. She looks like she'll run a good race again. I'll be surprised if she doesn't big one.
Nice type and nice attitude from Sandown Hillside, especially by capitalists. They can be a little bit hot at times, but she seems to be really quite sensible from what I'm seeing at the moment anyway. Hopefully that transfers onto the racetrack. Conditions good. She's got a lovely deep girth on her, plenty of strength. I think that it's a nice parade.
6 is Proficient, one of the more interesting runners on the program. For that man on the left, Ben Hayes, the big D on bottom, the Dolphin, Royal Blue, here by Monroe. Start. Impressive winning at home and jumped out. I don't think so many of the sharp judges would have missed that. It's such as a dominant to bolted in. She looks a real runner. Can't get a few by my brother, got that speed. She's had an excel mare, so we're all sort of good dog category of dog. No, she looks sharp. I think she looks good enough to win. There's no world betters, I think, on what we've seen with the exposed form, so she looks good enough to win on debut.
She's nothing overly special to look at, to be fair. She's got plenty of strength. She's got okay size about her as well. Fitness-wise, I feel like she's really quite forward. Her coat's in okay nick. I would love to have seen her be a better mover than what she is, but you see plenty of horses that have got this kind of an action and it doesn't slow them down at all. But I thought she might be a little bit flashier than what I'm saying.
Kieran Myers runners in the Open last year is Smoke Screen, to be ridden by Jamie Mellon with Sid Jackson or Jamie's disgusting tactics before they like the water steep. Really presuming it's starting. She did nothing early and then sort of, worked along from the line. I wonder if they'll probably try and ride her similar up down in the deep fields. With a little combo, Jamie Mellon and Kieran Myers, you'll give this sort of respect.
Got the Norton bit going on for the first time today, and as you'd expect, she's just been a little bit tense in the mountain yard within normal limits, but it's no surprise to see her just be a little bit quirky when she's parading. Fitness-wise, it looks like she's done plenty of work. Her coat isn't quite there yet, but it's well and truly on the improve.
Okay, Hutch, are we with this debutant Proficient in race number 1? Very much so. Yeah, it was just always pretty short in the market. I think it looked a really good chance on the car. I think whatever beats it will win. For me, Act Natural's too short. I think Final Moment is over the odds of 10. I think Act Natural's had a lot of chances, should figure, but I thought Final Moment showed enough last campaign. The form around it's pretty good. The jump out was sound. Parts Profit's another one to consider, but happy to be on the 6th. Tempted to have a saver or something small on the Final Moment at the price. Just before we get to Amy, Hutch, what about the price? $1.80 with points. Well, it's guesswork, isn't it? Like, where do you think, what sort of mark you think they'll run to? Like I said, I think of the exposed form, there's nothing that's really put up a great or speed figure. So I think you can.
They're talking about the pedigree of this horse, which is, because it is a Godolphin horse. That's why
To be fair, I don't have high confidence in this race. I'm going to put Path to Profit on top from the yard. I thought she looked really good, nice strong parade by her. Has the benefit of having
it is something that
where she went quite well, and I think that she'll be
is drawing a lot of attention. But at the end of the day, it's 1,000 meter. I mean,
she's quite a plain type of filly. She's been really well prepared. I was just expecting something a little bit fancier. Natural looks good, and I thought Clayton Douglas's first Final Moment's also been well prepared, but not a race that I have high confidence in.
Let's have a look at the points bet market inside 5 till jump $1.85. Proficient just out of $1.72. $3.40 for Act Natural, after profit $8.50. Final moment is a $9 chance. Let's go through all of these. Smoke Screen 10, 29 for Jet Center Jack Semp Weblo. The one that the market says has got no chance is a $91 chance after opening at the $19 quote. Let's find out a little bit more about our odds-on favourite here in race number 1 on debut for Godolphin and Lindsay Park. Proficient is the horse. Ben Hayes is the trainer.
Thanks for your time, Ben. It's always lovely to have a first starter for Godolphin and the beautiful royal blue colours. What can you tell me about Proficient and the way that she's been prepared for today?
She arrived to us in great order. She's been well looked after from James. And the trials to date have been really good. First trial, she was strong through the line, and I think she won a trial by 8 to 10 lengths and doing it quite well, and gave Michael a good feel that day. So the way she's trialled up in all the trials, she's always shown natural speed. So I think the 1,000 metres here will be right up her alley.
I never like to be offensive or say anything mean about the horses, but for a horse that's trialled up as well as what she has, I was expecting her to be a little bit showier, a little bit flashier, but she's quite a plain front, really, isn't she?
Yeah, look, she hasn't been wound up to win first up or anything. She's just she's got nice improvement to come, and I think this run will just bring.
I think the one has been very unlucky. I think that number 1 has been very unlucky. Always had a horse like this that it couldn't beat. But
it's a small field, very strong speed in her jump outs, but Michael's just going to let her get into a nice rhythm. It's a bit inside us, so she might end up 1-1, or you can just keep her in a nice rhythm and get around the bend and come down the middle of the track.
You've got a number of other runners throughout the day. Who would probably be your best bet?
Looking forward to seeing Sneaky back at the races. She's had 3 trials right back in the class and on form. She's probably the horse to beat in that race, and she's trying well to get a nice run, and I think she'll run a good race.
Hopefully this is a good start to the day. Good luck here.
Fingers crossed.
Thanks for Ben. We're going to be discussing your chances of the Lindsay Park runners. Let's kick off with Proficient here in race number 1. Jules, have you got anything to add? $1.85 is it over? Yay or no? Oh, it's a big yay. That's the point of people speak about this one, especially in the last 2 or 3 minutes. The money still wants to be with you. It's also just saying the rest, other than Act Natural, they don't want to be with the race at all. Look at those sluts. You just spat there now. And Act Natural, they're just sort of giving you one last chance with the blink of first time. It's had its chances, as Hutchie has said, no doubt. They're just suggesting Proficient might end up being a Saturday class horse. That's how they're backing it.
Yeah, it's interesting races. I mean, this horse looks really sharp. I think the other positive with the newcomer in this race, she looks like she's quite chill, like she could just bounce out of here and land on speed timid.
Beast mode, not quite activated yet. You're about a minute and a half off this promotion starting. Spicy odds for Sandown, Balaclava and Geraldton over there in Western Australia a little bit later on this afternoon. We forgot to mention it off the top. Gee, my followers in Western Australia won't be too happy about that.
I never noticed it. Now, what will be interesting will be this time, this tailwind will be pretty much right behind them in the chute. They could run
Spinnaker up, away we go.
This time's going to be very, very fast. Top quarter Sundown Hillside that, you know, face at 1200, obviously different setup, and you're going to go behind you along the way. And she got this obviously normal, but the way the wind is being told is out there, if it's that northerly, it'll pretty much be helping.
Yeah, could absolutely bust the clock, and then it becomes a really intriguing part of the puzzle to try and review it and try and work out, well, how much is really of that truth.
Yeah,
Loading process about to commence. Proficient on top, $1.90 with points bet for Hutchie ahead of 1, 4 and 5. Matty Hill's seeing it pretty similarly with Proficient. He is much likely to be on top of himself. Over to you, Matty Hill.
Good idea. Sydney and team. Welcome everyone to Sandown for Sunday for this afternoon. Let's try and to go. Next evening, complex with English team had second. It's a lot of good track. That's Smoke Street, the Clark course. Also in favour of Proficient, Silvery Street, back in the jumping. Smoke Street coming along, and So, jumped away the best. Well named, straight to the lead from Path to Profit. They were followed by driving up on the inside, Act Natural to dispute the front as well. Two further back as Final Moment. Then came San Pablo, then towards the back, Smoke Screen, and also Jet Set of Jack. As Smoke Screen is a little bit fizzed up at the back of the field. Around the corner, 600 metres to go with the advantage of the rails at speed. Act Natural is the leader by over a length. Proficient second. San Pablo next the inside. Path to Profit Diva from Final Moment. And they were followed by Smoke Screen and Jet Set of Jack. Act Natural tapped along as they reach the 300 metres. Still a good length on Proficient up the middle, hands and heels. Final Moments coming into it too. And then Path to Profit. Now Proficient digs in under the whip, moves up to Act Natural. Proficient, Act Natural. And also Final Moments lifting between them. Proficient jumping in front.
Four, I think. 461 or something like that.
Profit behind them from Act Natural, San Pablo, Jet Set, a Jack and Smoke Screen. A photo, Final Moment, lifting on the inside. Proficient holding on. Final Moments had a lunge. Gee, looking at the camera angle, you have to give it to the outside. We stand by. We stand by. Yes, it'll be Proficient by a nose.
Proficient by now 6-4.
That low angle, not really that helpful. Proficient on the outside. Mickey D will win it by nostril. From Final Moments, one more bound, just about wins the race. But if you took the $1.80, you've lost a bit of hair and you're also biting most of your fingernails off, but he's got there. Proficient, number 6, has won it. From its second, Final Moment, and Act Natural, who was wobbling all over the place on the inside, has been beaten 3/4 of a length with the outside Path to Profit. So
Bro, I have almost all the feed, I think, but it might give us a copyright, bro. I'm not sure, Ascot.
4, 1 and 5 on rank 1 here.
It was great.
Proficient, the fifth by Lonro, winner of 11 Group 1 races. Lonro out of
Yeah, so that happened. What happened, basically?
needed every little bit of urging from Mickey D.
So what happened that the other neutral, which was here, the 2... This horse is in trouble. I don't know what is wrong with this horse, but that happened. We'll go to the next. Take a look at the odds. Eight, 9, 11, 12 all scratched. 5, 7, 4 and 10. The odds are right on this. The odds are right on this. They're both gilding. This one is coming from gate number 12. This is the best, actually. That's the linear. Uh, and this is the EW. Should happen. Should happen. I was thinking about this one, which is the largest drift, but if we thing, cannot buy. This is right odd. This one is right. Low risk. That is a little far fetched, but it's here probably. 7510, I guess. That's more or less. It looks like 1400 meter. There's no reason for anything to work differently. uh, we look at the body weight, then the 4 will come up here. That's something that will come up. So yes, that is okay. I think it should work like this. I mean, I don't know if the 5 is going to win, but that's the pair. That's the pair. Can 5 win and can 7 lose? Very much 7 can lose because it is coming from gate number 12. That's quite a difficult task. And 5 is from gate number 1 with that advantage. But this is usually somewhere in between. Here, the problem is that 1 is very unlucky. I mean, you cannot bank on a horse that had 6 races and did not do anything. How can this be a pair? On top of that, this is going to be running for the first time on 1,000 meter. It won, but it won with great difficulty. It could have lost badly. Here it is okay. That should be a pair. I mean, this is how it should work. And the next in line, I don't know. The thing with this one is it is a colt. So if the colt runs, it runs. But the 10 is there to tackle. And that is also very long. So the odds are right. This is good. Then it is probably here. If this 1 for some reason difficult. This is difficult. This thing is difficult, especially when that is there. It's 24 points because it's below. Looks okay. Let's see. Ascot, the favorite, lost. You get so happy when the favorites lose.
land it.
There's a lot of, it's the festival time in India, so you might be overhearing a lot of noise that'll come. It's because of the festivals which are going on here. They have loudspeakers everywhere. This is the peak time here in India when the entire India kind of celebrates. So if you ever make a plan to visit India, do not make a plan during this time of the year till November. It is not the best idea. There's a shortage of cabs, there's a shortage of hotels, it's absolute madness here.
Grandstand at both of our respective venues. We've kicked off thus far. We're not far away from race 2 on Sandown Hillside. Before we get there, Jules has got some important information for us from the team at Foxcatcher. Julesy.
Thanks, Timmy. So, just similar to what happened in race 1, well-supported debutant proficient.
Market at the Jag sits pretty at the top of the tree, $2.75. Sulek Hutchies, one of his better players on the program, is a $3 chance. Cavalry Scout, interesting runner, as Jules said, $4.68.50 for Duntum, less than $11 for Paramount. Plus, that is the market for race 2 in Sandown. Thanks to PointsBet. Let's get into the mountain yard for the second.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Carbone Lawyers. When things go wrong, get Carbone on the phone.
First horse to have a look at in this 1400 metre maiden is Paramount Plus, who resumed behind stablemate Auxiliary there at Sale first start, which has come out and run really well again, so the form's up been tossed.
Both really runs contained merit, Timmy, and yeah, it was a nice performance on first up. I think at the 1-1 had its opportunity, but the 1400 metres I think looks a step in the right direction.
He's a very fit horse, this, very forward in condition compared to some of these other horses in the yard. Got a nice attitude too.
Ray Conran brings Suacito to town for his 7th start. He's yet to feature in the placings at any of his 6 runs. Can he take some benefit from the stuff now?
You'd imagine he takes fitness benefit, but I don't think it's good enough form. There is actually a bit of form out of that race. There's a couple of winners to come out of it, but I think this is a strong enough maiden that I'll be saying Suacito's got a fair bit to find.
I'd probably agree with you there, Hutchie. I think he's been well prepared for this. He's moving quite well. He's got a nice attitude, but he's probably a little bit hard to recommend on what he has been doing at his previous 6 starts.
Veins Within Rock is a 4-year-old gelding on debut for Matt Brown. Liam Reardon in the saddle. A couple of quiet Cranbourne jump outs to warm him up for his debut.
Yeah, I didn't like the jump out really. I thought he'd have a bit to find, so get the odd ones that can not do much in the morning, surprise you race day. That might be the case, but I'm happy to watch.
He was an $18,000 yearling purchase from Magic Billions down in Tasmania. Looks to have been well educated at the jump outs. He's handling his first day at the races quite well. He's a big, strong, heavy type of horse. I'd probably prefer to see him go round today.
Cavalry Scout is the next horse to have a look at. A Blue Point colt having his first start for Kieran Maher. Ethan Brown is the man tasked with getting him into the winner's stall on debut. $4.20 with PointsBet.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a bit of ability, this horse. I mean, still looks as though he's learning what it's all about, but there's something there. He seemed all called up and ready to go in a recent jump out when they sort of half locked him down again, and I thought the market was really interesting. So he does have the race experience, but there's clearly something to work with, and I'd be keeping him very safe.
He's a really gorgeous looking horse. I'd say he's probably a standout based on what I'm seeing in the yard here. My knock against him has been really quite colty. He's calling out constantly, just really not concentrating on the job at hand. I'm hoping that he can focus once he does get out onto the track, but it's a little bit of a concern. You'd much prefer to see him being quiet and concentrating on what he's about to do.
Next horse to have a look at is the Jaguar Paw. Robbie Griffiths, Luke Curry, so I say one career start to go in the race won by Surrender on debut. He didn't have a whole lot of luck, the Jag. He could have probably won it, I think. Was being just over a length, but he got held up for a fair portion of the straight when he got out and launched. Just sort of done deal.
So 11 up to 14, there's a lot of positives there for him, and me appreciate it further. So now he's got a great chance.
He's a really nice looking horse. Yes, he was a $400,000 yearling purchase for Magic Millions up on the Gold Coast, so I was expecting to see a nice type, and he certainly is. He's the right size and shape for these nice done deal horses. I don't like them overly big, and he's really neat. He looks like he's been well prepared. He's been pretty switched on here the whole time he's been in the yard, but hopefully he can have a nice warm up and just relax a little bit.
Obviously, he did their hunch, held up for a fair paw option. Was that intention? No, I didn't think you were that good. You were about to say that smart.
Yeah, quickly been through that. It's something from Jason Warren and Zach Spain.
19 dollars. This horse ran third the race jumped out. At the back, I thought they would have been to the line, but he hasn't run yet, so let's see how he goes.
$120,000 yearling purchase for Magic Millions Adelaide. He's a lovely type too. Athletic frame, coat is absolutely beautiful. He looks like he's been well prepared here.
Sulek's one of your better players on the program, but we saw the replay a little bit earlier. Billy Egan had a wide draw this afternoon. One like his chance.
I just really like the day. He didn't step all that well. I think they need to step better. Closing sectionals were good. I think for Sandown versus Mornington's another positive, and 1400 versus 1200. So, look, I didn't have him a massive over, but he's a horse that I thought deserved to be favoured.
Looks like a nice distance range step up from his first start, being a son of Super Seth and out of an O'Reilly mare. Looks like he's going to appreciate getting over a fair bit further as he matures a bit more too. Really sensible parade by him. Lovely smooth action on him.
8 and 9 rounds. 10 is done till last for John Sadler and Mick D looking for a double.
Look, this horse wasn't really suited by the way the race was run. So they didn't go that quick and they sprinted home. It was a lot better run than it looks. And you could make a case for her, particularly second up, a little bit fitter. There was some merit to that last run and getting an inch-weight price.
Haven't seen this girl before either. She has a tongue tie going on again today. She's got a lovely deep girth on her. Nice attitude too. She didn't put a foot wrong the whole time that she was in the yard. Good tone. She's been well prepared.
That's the mounting yard for race 2 at Sandown Hillside. And Hutchie, this is one of your better players on the day. Sulek.
Yeah, you can really see that wind. Interesting to see here over the 1400. Those horses that might want to slide in for a bit of cover early, and I hope that's the case. Sulek, you'd imagine Jacob will find it pretty easy from game one. Dunton Lass, Cavalry Scout is another very interesting runner. It looks like he's been plenty of money around.
A little bit tricky this one because I thought Cavalry Scout stood out in the yard, but his attitude has been out him a little bit. His presentation was excellent. He's a really nice horse. He's one that I'd like to follow going forward, but I couldn't probably tip you into him just based on what he was doing. He was calling out, being cocky, not focusing. So whatever he does today, I think that he's well and truly going to improve on with the experience. The horse that I will go on top based on that is Jaguar Paw. He looked great, this horse. I thought it was a really nice, neat parade from a lovely type, and he was one that was pretty much doing everything right. But I did think Cavalry Scout probably looked better than him, but as I said, couldn't have him based on his attitude.
Have a look at this points bet market. Sulek now favourite, $3. Jaguar Paw, $3.40. $3.50 for Cavalry Scout. This has been the horse that they want to be with. Dunton Lass is a $9 chance, $11 for Paramount. 1-6, Sonic 17, right around to get the rest. They in Rocks 156 for Seco. That's the market for race 2 at Sandown with points bet. Let's get a little push from Dominic Sutton, who trains Sulek, one of Hutchie's better players on the day.
Thanks for your time, Dom. Sulek looks like quite a nice, sensible type of horse. He's well put together too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a lovely colt. He's handled himself pretty well today, so fingers crossed that translates to a good one.
What did you make of his first start?
Pretty happy with it. Mornington probably wasn't the ideal track for him. He got back that day, just missed the kick, and I thought he finished off pretty strongly, doing a little bit wrong still. So he takes natural sort of progression from that. Maybe go a couple of weeks.
He's got a lovely pedigree, this horse by Super Seth and out of an O'Reilly mare. This looks like a nice step-up range for where he's at the moment. Is he a horse that you think could get out over a fair bit further going forward?
Yeah, I think he's probably a miler in the making. Obviously, 1200 first up, which went straight out to 7. Billy said he's pretty confident that 7 shouldn't be an issue. Second race start, so I'd say he's got enough speed to be pretty competitive.
This wind here is quite significant today. It feels like it's going to be a bit of a headwind up the back straight there. Drawn a little bit tricky, coming with a few scratches. What were the tactics talked pre-race?
ultimately left it to Billy to see how he jumps. I think to be a couple of horses that probably roll forward. If he jumps and puts himself there, then we won't drag him back. But if he steps a little bit slow again, we might just have to pick on medicine early.
Got a good man on board. Hopefully he pulls the right reins. Good luck, Don.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, so the wind certainly looks up. It looks pretty dark in the background as well. There, Huns. Not amazing conditions for this time of year. What impact is this wind going to have, you think, from the 1400 metre start? Well, it's a completely different setup, Jules, isn't it, to what we just saw? Most people know that all of a sudden now they're going to be riding into it for the first probably quarter or third of the race, and then probably starts helping them down the home straight. But I wonder, Jules, whether or not we'll have a lot here not wanting to lead, and it could be messy early.
I think that's a really good point, and because they're sort of new as well, they haven't been to the races too many, especially cavalry scanners been at all. This whole experience might just get the better, and whether they want to ride for cover, can be fascinating the first 200 metres.
You could even see, I think it was Jackie Report a few moments ago. He just the wind upsets them.
Yeah.
The rain does it. It just makes it a little uneasy. It can be loud. Puts a few off the game. So it's an extra factor to take care of for sure, because it is visually pretty strong. You can sort of see it. But anyway, I think there's a couple of nice horses in this race, Jules. I mean, you mentioned about some of the race horses, irrespective of the result. Like I thought he showed enough on debut. So did Jackie Paul. Got a horse here that the market really likes in Cavalry Scout. Yeah, I just think there's a little bit of depth in this, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've said, those two race horses are at the top of the tree. They deserve to be there because they've got pretty good numbers to stick a hold of, Jaguar Core and Select. So the fact that Cavalry Scout has been able to hold its price pretty close to them, we talk about it a lot, and I think that's significant. It doesn't mean it can win, but it just means that the market is pretty happy to, decide.
Getting less than half of what took the top through the market, so there's plenty of followers in each camp.
Going to be a beauty. Good luck whichever way you're playing. Sulek, one of Hutchie's better players on the program. Get involved, punters. Let's head to Matty Hill for his stall of race number 2.
So that breeze that Hutch has spoken of, really hitting them hard in the face here, down the back straight, and then very much assisted up the home straight in the last half an hour. It's got a little bit more severe, very breezy and very Cavalry Scout in the clear third favourite here. He sets off the favourite. Last one going in will be Sulek. Sulek with Billy Egan for Dom Sutton. This MRC Foundation pin and win place. Sulek just a little bit reluctant. Munster Wellington was feeding the leg there. It's in a bit of a mood today. That wind obviously affecting a couple of the younger horses and inexperienced horses. Sulek being encouraged now to progress to the stalls. What's going on? He's just going to get the lead off. 1400. Sulek, back to the end. Racing down on the inside. Really changing from the outside. Showing speed on the outside, Paramount Plus, and also the well-supported Cavalry Scout. Susito is up there in the firing line, about a length and a quarter away, bathed within rock. Then came It's Sonic, who's third last from Sulek, and last of all is Duntole last. Heading towards the top corner, Cavalry Scout eventually took it up from Paramount Plus, bathed within rock deeper, and then Jaguar Paul, who's fourth on the rails. A length and a quarter Sulek on the improved, 2 legs Saucedo, eventually beating out of that speed battle. Duntole Lass is at the back of the field with It's Sonic, who has the rails. So through halfway, 700 to go. Cavalry Scout the leader, 3/4 of a length, bathed within rock. A length and a quarter away, third Jaguar Paul, Paramount Plus the outside. Next in the field is Sulek, still with cover as they run the corner. It's Sonic the fence, Saucedo well back and wide. And at the tail of the field, into the home running, is Duntole Lass. Down Corrigan depth, 450 to go. Cavalry Scout in front, hands and ears. Paramount Plus in hot pursuit, though, up the middle of the track. And Sulek is coming with a withering run as well. Sulek at the 200 metres goes up to Paramount Plus, then Cavalry Scout and Snitsonic from a long way back. Sulek 100 metres to go. Snitsonic is the only threat. If there is one, there isn't one. Sulek 2 good.
7. 7-6.
Cavalry Scout and Duntole Lass again, bathed within rock and Susito. Sulek, $3.10 at 120 salutes. Trained by Dom Sutton, ridden by Billy Egan. The gelding by Super Seth out of Tiff and Co. It's important just to get a bit of cover, particularly towards the run off the back straight, as that breeze was really hitting them hard in the face. But was produced to the middle of the course and came with a good run, had a good turn of foot down the dip, and has staved off Smith Sonic on debut, the 6. But a lot to like about that victory. Sulek winning race number 2 on the card. Number 7, Sulek first. Once it raced past Paramount Plus, and also over on the inside saw Cavalry Scout, who was very wayward, just like Act Natural was in the first. Obviously the wind proving to cause a little bit of havoc out there. 125.05 the race time, 125.05. The completed placings are 7, 6, 1 and 4. 7, 6, 1 and 4. 7 Sulak first, defeating number 6 Smith Sonic second, Zach Spain and Jason Warren. Third, number 1 Paramount Plus, Bowman's Regular.
So the 7 went through. That gave him the 6. So what happened basically is this, that the 5 did not run at all. The 5 did not run at all. Had the advantage, but it did not. But now, if we look at why the 6, okay, so the 6 is here. The 5 did not run, it was 185. Then comes this one, which was a cold. So I had no hopes. And then it is these two. So 7 and 1, they do not come in together generally. So the other advantage, apart from these two, all right, here, it was here. So what happened to 10 and 5 is something that is 10. I can understand that the difficulty is way too much. It is a very difficult task. This happens here at Sandown. At times it happens. At times it has to be an arrangement like this. But 1400 meter, it is difficult. Anyway, so that's that. We'll go to the next 3. Six has been scratched. 5473. So this is something that I was working on. We will see how cool is this. So a linear cannot go on negative here. That's what I figured out. that this cannot go on negative. If it goes on negative, then it is difficult. Okay. So this is on a 45% leverage, one race, 150, 340, makes it a 266, which is good. I mean, this is by far they are talking about the best horse. Okay, but that's an assumption. And I'm still not convinced with the work that I have actually done. Why? Because we have to test this. So when the cap goes negative here, right? When the cap goes negative here, we don't know where it'll work and how it'll work. The pressure is way too much. So I put a regression on this, and we'll keep monitoring. When I tried doing this with Rose Hill, the last race that we have raced, so I will show you how it looks. So this is let's take a look at those two very high pressure races. This one, let's take a look at this one. Okay. So they were all negative. Okay. They were all negative. We thought, and they actually came in the right order: 4, 11, 2, and 8. This was the result. Race 6, Rose Hill. And if we look at the cap, they're all negative. But when we put the regression on, all right, then we get certain amount of idea of what's going on. And here, when it gets to negative, if we look at this one goes to negative, so it did not win. It was the other one. But here, we'll talk about all that. But the other one was this one. All right, you see it goes on negative. 39, 140 on 2 races. That happened at Rose Hill, which was a 400-meter straight. Okay. And this is what we are getting. So when I put the regression on, it gives us a clarity here. Okay. And that is what we will test. This is a result. Okay. This is the result of what happened. And this was a different track. Today we are at Sandown, and we have this at 145. It's going on negative. So that's not the thing. Now, if that's not the thing, which one is the thing? So this one, all right, this one is we're calculating, so what happens is this, that there is a history of each and every horse. Okay, they have a pressure build up. we know that it is like this. So I'll show you. Sorry. So there is a pressure difference and there is an expected difference. All right. So pressure difference is the one which basically is calculating the pressure difference between the previous race. Expected difference is the calibration between that race and this race. And when we put that into place, this is all test. Okay, this is all test. This is not something that I am very much convinced yet, but we will see how it works. Okay, so in that case, what happens is, if we take the DFD, this is DFC, this is the difficulty. All right. So if the difficulty is high, this number has to be lower. The DFD has to be lower. If this is high and this is also high, that's a bad thing. If this is low, this is high, that's a good thing. But it cannot be high. Okay. And how to measure high is, is something that we have to work on. This is not the finished product. This is not the finished thing. So this is measuring the difficulty in the last few races and then the actual delivery with that pressure that has happened. So the difficulty is high here. Okay. And like this one, you see that one, the difficulty is lower, but the delivery is high. All right. Here, the difficulty is lower and the delivery is high. So can that work? That can work. All right. But that horse is not doing great. That horse itself is not doing great. So if the difficulty is low and the delivery is high, that's a good match. But here the horse is not doing great. This is difficult to believe. We'll see how it works. We generally, I like to stay out from these kind of situations, and it's way too much. It's way too much. 2 weeks ago. So it's not that it had a vacation. It's being ridden by somebody I am not very convinced can handle this. If this was someone known, that might have made some difference. But having said that, it is one of the best jocks. All right. This jock is one of the best. So that's the high pressure horse. That's 150 on this horse. Then if we look at the pressure, is this guy, the 2, all right? The pressure is high, the delivery is low. Then this one and this one are there. Okay, out of which, and the problem with 2 is it doesn't have the physics of winning. It doesn't. It is the largest inner, but it doesn't have the physics to win this. So that brings us to these 2 horses. Out of which this is the highest rated, 72.82. This is 69.82. Still 4 is in a better position. It is anyway the second linear, right? It is anyway the second linear. This is the first linear. This is the second linear. It is anyway the second linear. So the 4 is in a much better state. But then again, 5 and 4, they do not come in together. So what are we expecting? There has to be something that is going to be in between. So we'll see how it works. Okay, there are quite a few things that are happening here. The 5 is like that. Then we have the 7, which is higher than that, but that's that. Difficulty is high. This one, it's a 1300 meter, doesn't have the physics to win, but it's a good one. It is not good. The problem is here, if it is 45, it cannot be 32. It had to be more than this. A beautiful fit is this one. All right, 10 and 98. The difficulty is nothing, but the delivery is very high on this horse. So that's a very beautiful setting on this horse. But we'll see. And this is also one of the horses without any difficulty. That's why it is getting there. And I like the 4 more than the 5, and we'll see how it works. It generally doesn't. I mean, this becomes a little difficult, all right, when the pressure, when the leverage goes up about 45% and you don't have a vacation and a jock. The jock is present. Mathematically, it looks difficult. It is the favorite. The 4 is the next one in line. So if that happens, then there has to be something in between. That generally doesn't happen at this level, not at benchmark 66. Might happen, but then again, there are advantages which are there, which is this one, the 3. So we know that that works. This 3 basically is an EW. So it is right after the linear. The correct color of this is this red, but it went to 750. So I put it as an orange, but that's the right color of that, or the right character of that horse. That's an EW. All right. So that's that, and the 5 is like that. So we'll see how it works, and we'll have to get this thing straight. I still haven't. I've spent a lot of time on this with the last few races, and with different thought processes, with the vacation in mind, with the jockey calibration, with different thought processes. But I still haven't. I still have no clarity on this, when it works and when it doesn't. A leverage of that, I mean, 19-20% is great. All right, 19-20% is great. But when you have, we cross 30%, 40%, and it is like with a horse which has got just one race and it's got that kind of leverage. I don't know when it works and when it doesn't. It might work, it might not work. That's a lot of pressure on that horse. And that's pure physics. It is not jargon. It is not anything fictitious. It is pure numerical representation of the pressure on that horse physically, carrying that weight and with that difficulty in that distance. So that's that. So we'll see how it works. And the 4 is the next one in line. I like apparently if we look at this with the leverage, I like this one also. But this is the 2 is a great fit. All right, the 2 is a great fit. But the problem with the 2 is this, that it has a leverage, but it doesn't have a jock. It has a leverage, but it doesn't have a jock. And the 2 nobody is even talking about. The thing is, it doesn't even have this side of the rail. So I am also not going to talk about the 2. But is it good? It is good. All right. If we look at this one, is 69 versus 82. Okay. But the 4 is a lot better. 4 is a lot better than that. So right now it is this particular section is a little difficult to maneuver. With my kind of eyesight, it is a little difficult. We will keep monitoring this particular section, and we will do something better with the numbers so that it is easier to understand. Right now, it is not in the greatest form. And we'll see how it works. That 4 is in better state, and this is like that. We'll see. Even if we take those 2, there is something in between. That 1 is fabulous, but it is going through some problem. So obviously the other one, which is here, the 3, is in place. We'll see how it works. 4, 3 are looking good. 2, we will see how that works, right? Can it work? Probably no. Especially because of that side of the physics which is not present. Let's see how it works.
Good form opening in her account and Sharts in race 1. Rosiah here at Sandown in race 3 is the top weight. He's third up this preparation now. He's getting her a big price.
And he's dropping back a long way. Well, she has dropped back a long way. Great. Third on the preparation, back to 1300 weight initially. But she was just very plain race 1 weight on display at Caulfield. And gee, it was a real drop off from everyone prior.
To train just based on the fact that she's been really well prepared, probably been a little bit disappointing since she's come over here. I thought it was a good grade though.
The last two at Bairnsdale and Sale, so clearly needs to lift to win in the Metropolitan region, but she's been winning well.
She has. She's won 3 of 6 overall. Small field helps her. She's got a pretty good centre foot, so she'll be close enough. This is harder, but she's right.
She looks excellent. I thought it was a better than average grade by her. It just looks like a mare that's absolutely thriving.
Freeze climbed the ladder for Chris Waller and Ben Mellon inside the rule.
Didn't get a lot of room in the race 1 by Dave Wood, so that could have been a factor. And third run in, he should be ready now. It's sort of it's D-Day almost for this. I know it's only a start, but he's been pretty well supported in his last 4. He's failed, so he's going to deliver here.
I think being back on this better ground today is probably going to be key to him as well. I thought it was a pretty good grade by him. It's always a horse who's had a good attitude. He looks very fit, very healthy here.
Ultimatum's a well-bred there who's got a pretty good race record, 2 ship returns. First up since April today.
75 days. So, look, I think she one thing with her, she was super consistent, wasn't she? You knew what you got, so she's had a cut in the jump out. She was taken back. She closed off, I thought, nicely in the place 3 or 4 fresh, but she generally gets better with the run. But I thought that she looked probably, one of the main quadruple chances here.
Looks like she's had a fair bit of work put into her ahead of today, but I would say that she's probably thickened up and strengthened a little bit from last preparation to this preparation as well. She's always been a really nice type of mare, but I've always found these stars, they do get better with time and maturity as well. So while she has got a good record, it's never far off the money. I think this might be the preparation.
Nina Murata's the best bet on the program, and she has been absolutely hammered, $1.55.
Yeah, I think Ethan Brown, his record overall is great, and at this track it's exceptional. I think the key for him today is try and get the same run he did last time, the 1-1, because we've spoken about that when young horse, second career start, clearly loaded with potential. Just wouldn't want to see her having to face the breeds the whole way. So I think he's got to get the first bit right, but there's no doubt she's all class and should be very hard to beat.
I was really looking forward to seeing this girl today, and she's probably exceeded my expectations. She's a really gorgeous filly, or mare, I should say. She's tall, she's athletic, she's got plenty of scope about her. She seems to have a really great attitude as well. It is blustery and windy down here, and she's handled herself particularly well.
Siesta was a winner first up. That was her first win at start number 6. Can she go on with it?
Look, it was a nice performance. Closing section was good. She was exposed early to Geelong. She fought on well. There's been some form out of the race. There's no major knock with her, but there's just one very smart one in the race.
She's got a lovely coat on her, this girl. She's been really well prepared. She's strong. She looks to be quite a nice type, and she's another one that's handled herself well. So no negatives about the way that she's been turned out whatsoever.
All right, Hutch. This is your best bet on the program, Nina Murata, and you're swimming with the tide, or the tide's swimming with you, because $1.52 now. Crazy short, or justified? Yeah.
to even money than everybody else. Yeah, market's a lot better than me, so $1.50, I would personally take it. But you know, she looks a nice individual. If you maybe could take an exact ultimatum, possibly climb the ladder. It's like I said, a bit tight for her.
Along with the favourite here, Enamorada, on top from the yard. It's pretty hard to go against her. She's exceeded my expectations as a type in the way that she's been prepared. It was basically a Portmas parade, so based on what she's done on her first start and the way that she's turned out here, it's probably going to take bad luck for one to get past her. If that does occur, there's two other horses that I thought looked particularly well. Seapoll, she's going great this time round. She's got a good winning strike rate. She's been prepared beautifully for today, and I thought Ultimatum's come back bigger and stronger than ever.
$55 Enamorada, ultimatum 5, 750 CS, it's long ladders, $8 chance, but this is all about Enamorada, who demolished them by 6 lengths, put them one by 15 on debut, $1.55. This is the 5 for 5 promo, so if you think yes, like Jules thinks, for the 5 for 25 runner ripping you off, then you'd be pretty happy with this market go, because she was $1.80 and she's now $1.55. So a big fat yes for Enamorada. Get involved on the points bet app. Chances are you're about to lose free confidence response on the number of the website. You worked out your yeses and no's. Yes. Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, I'll read that down.
Just quickly with the algorithm, I would have put it into, say, $1.85, $1.90. If you're doing it now, getting it in by taking the yes, because you're actually bidding what I was calculating around that time. It's originally calculated off what the opening price is, $1.85, $1.90. So you're getting a slight little free hit. It's just got to come out with it. That's correct. Correct. That's it, Matt Hill for his call of race number 3. Really interesting runner, Enamorada.
Enamorada, who was fantastic winning at Ballarat, has to answer another question here. Interesting when it climbed the ladder, who bolted in 5 starts ago here at Sandown, but has been a bit wayward since as they move forward here in this small field over the 1,300 metres. Now, Sea Poem is going to be the last one as Siesta has gone up rightless. Field of 6 here for this third event. Sportsbet Fast Handicap. So Sea Poem goes in and they're locked away. Ready to run. Off. Enamorada jumped away with them. Rosiah just squeezed out to second last early. Climbed the ladder, began well. Out wider Siesta and Enamorada between those horses. Not bustled in the early stages, looking for the trail in these conditions. Rosiah getting up on the rails. Second last in the race is Sea Poem, and last is Ultimatum at the 1,000 metres. So Climb the Ladder is the leader, uncontested by a length and a quarter. Siesta second, and third is Rosiah, and fourth Enamorada. About 2 lengths away, Sea Poem outside of Ultimatum, but it hasn't been the hardly run of the 750. So Climb the Ladder with the neck arched low, 3/4 of a length in front. Siesta second. Third is Rosiah, followed by Enamorada, who's about to leave the slipstream 3 wide now and come around the corner of the 600 metres in hot pursuit. Rosiah behind them, Ultimatum in the red jacket with Sea Poem. Climb the ladder, down the dip, approaching the 400 metres, held together by a length. Enamorada is in hot pursuit on the outside, about to be clipped up, followed by Siesta, and then a gap Ultimatum. Climb the ladder, headed off by Enamorada. Siesta's going with the favourite, then Ultimatum. Enamorada called for 100 to go, led by 3/4 of a length Ultimatum. It's Enamorada clear from Ultimatum and Siesta, and Enamorada has won it by a length. Second, Siesta, Ultimatum. Third, then Climb the Ladder, Sea Poem and Rosiah. Enamorada, in the end, $1.50 and $1.30 on the top.
574.
Seen off either Siesta or Ultimatum. On the line looks to be Siesta on the inside of Ultimatum, then a gap Climb the Ladder. Well, it's at 1-1. There was no pressure up front, and as the sprint went on at about the 400 metres, Enamorada's had to extend after being challenged, and it's answering the questions today. 2 from 2, trained by Gavin Bedgood and ridden by Ethan Brown. It is Enamorada first, Siesta second, number 7, Mickey D for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. And Ultimatum, number 4 in third, Harry Coffey for Tony and Kelvin McAvoy ahead of Climb the Ladder. 1:17.74 the time. First running under these conditions and distance, but it's not a fast gallop with the speed not on early into that headwind.
So that 5 actually delivered. The 3 failed. And go to the next. Two and 5 has been scratched. 4-3-7-6. Should work. I mean, this one is going down, doesn't have the rails to win. This one is there. The rest, everything is just advantage. The 6, gate number 7, 5-year-old gilding, not enough pressure. So that's right. I mean, 4 is the right odd. About 3 and 7. Again, this is right because this is a benchmark 78, and that's that how it is. This is higher. So the only problem with 3 is it's a 7-year-old gilding, and this is coming from gate number 2 with that kind of advantage. It's a negative leverage on this. That means it's a drop in class. So there's something that went wrong. So out of these two, it definitely has more advantage. But bottom line is, this is okay. This is see, here it is also negative, okay? But this is not turning out to be a negative here. Okay, it is negative, but it is not turning out to be a negative here, wherein the 7 is turning out to be a negative. So this is okay. 49, 35 is good. This is definitely the other one. Here, the 40, 90. So this we have to figure out how that is working. But here it is good. It is good. 49, then 45, 89, 1. Doesn't have this side. 35. This is good. So this, then it goes up here, falls down here. That's more or less the picture, which is also right in every angle. But what might disrupt is this 7-year-old gilding. It is a 7-year-old gilding. Bottom line, 4 is okay. 4 is good. 4 doesn't look like there is a problem. It's either this or it is 4-7. 6, 14, 19, 20. 3, 95. 58. This is a great fit. We'll see how that works. 6. but it is coming from gate number 7. It's a 5-year-old gilding. The pressure is not there, but the fit is great. 23.95 is 49.35. 4-year-old mare. We'll take that. 4-year-old 76 linear. We'll go through. Linear will go through. This is very difficult. Is okay. Okay. This falls. 160. Looking all right, but the 3 is a 7-year-old gilding. We'll see how that works. This doesn't need the rails.
going to have enough acceleration to get over the top of these other ones with this small field. The market will know that. It will know what it's got under the bonnet for this run first up off 88 days, which we love. It's not a long extended break. It's only 88 days. We know its numbers are good enough, much better than everything else in the race. It's just whether it's ready to perform this week. Market right at the death. Best friend, follow it. If it's with us, we're with it. If we're against it, we're off it.
All right, let's have a look at the market for race 4 at Sandown Hillside. Presser, $2.85. Equal favourites here. Chocolates, $2.85. Actor Non-Verba, $3.30. Good race betting wise, even though it's a small field. Mr. Vivaci's a $7 chance. Londrock, first up, $29. Bet inside 10 until scheduled start time. Let's get into the mounting yard.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Vobus Platinum. Find out more at vobusplatinum.com.au.
We're over the mile here. This is benchmark 78. It's the Stowe Storage Solutions handicap. Londrock, well, he went out a winner, winning a couple of races back to back. They were over 3,000 metres here. He'll find the mile too sharp. He will. He's a pretty consistent sort of horse, isn't he? But and I think there's more wins in store for him. But I just feel first up mile 10, he'll probably find it difficult.
Taking the blinkers off today too. I think they'll save them up their sleeve for once he does get up over a suitable distance range. But he's come back in really nice shape, this guy. It's pretty forward in conditioning. Looks like he's got a really good grounding there. But I would agree, you would say that he's probably just waiting for something deeper into his preparation.
3 is Presser for Gavin Bedford and Bo Burtons, who's had the 4 runs in this time, mixing his racing between 74, 84 and 78 grade. Yeah, I think he's ready. He battled pretty well, did he, by El Duca, who Faf Blunt was sort of out amongst him and came out one the other day at Sandown. It's the right form, it's the right opportunity for this horse who has won 5 for 26, and I think it's a good setup today and easily notch another win.
He's been really well prepared for today. He's been looking well at all preparation. This horse very consistent in the way that he's been turned out again. His coat's beautiful. He's always got a lovely attitude, this guy, and his fitness is definitely at his peak.
His Shoplet's had a terrific preparation during the winter months. She's rejuvenating this afternoon and she's the best horse in the race. She's on 4 age, very good. She ended last campaign winning over a mile and a half. And it was it's really well. I think this is a stepping stone on the way to some, I don't know where they'll go, but you feel like they've got a fair bit in hand with her in terms of her official rating. The question is a mile first up going to be a bit sharp for her, but you know what, she's got a lot of class. We've seen her win actually over 1,300, so she's also a pretty good turn of foot.
She just keeps on getting better and better the more she matures, this girl. I feel like she's thickened up quite a bit from the tail end of last preparation into this one. I agree, this would probably just be a stepping stone on towards better things over the spring, but gee, she's come back well. Her coat is beautiful. I don't know if it's residual fitness that she's holding on to, or if the team have just got her pretty forward, but she's not too far off the mark. She will tighten up a bit, but it's a great brain here.
6 is Mr. Vivaci for Chris Waller and John McNeil, a winner 3 back on Lakeside. He was. There was a good win that day, and then I thought his last run behind Flying Valley, which I race we've seen Shine New Deal come out of a win. I don't know, I thought it was a bit plain. Like, he was held up at a key stage, and he thought, well, it's a 50th run, and then the last 150 probably had clean air. He just, maybe he lost his momentum and his chance, I'm not sure, but I was a bit disappointed in the run all the same, so maybe a smoother running through the race today could see an improved performance.
He's definitely at peak physical condition, this guy. His coat is absolutely beautiful. You can see dapples all over his hindquarters now. Fitness is exactly where it needs to be, and he's a horse that's got a great attitude on race day.
Next horse to have a look at is horse 7, Actor Non-Verba, who beat Giggenbach last start, and then Giggenbach came out earlier this week and won a race at Mornington. So there has to be a chance to win again here. Verba drops 8 kilos on that win. It was a good win. So I had to sort of have a look a bit more deeper into what he'd done because, Acting on Verba, early on there was some good raps. He posted some pretty good figures, and then I thought, he's not really gone on with it. Well, this was certainly a sound enough performance last start. On the back of that run, you'd certainly be giving him strong claims here.
He looks really well, this horse, and never underestimate the confidence boosting win like he had last start as well. Hopefully that can hold him in good stead. He's always been a really good looking individual. His coat's lovely. I think he's in pretty good physical shape there, so I think it's quite a clever use of the claim here too.
Next one's to have a look at is the 3 who's out onto the track and is your top selection here, Hutch Presser. Yeah, I thought it's just to get a nice map today, but all of a sudden that nice map might not be so nice. It's going to face the breeze here, but could play with chocolates as that. Yeah, I'll just park it behind them. But look, I think it looks a nice race. Acting on Bird is going well, chocolates, and Mr. Vivaci's another one. Probably parks it behind.
3, Presser on top of me from the yard. I thought his parade was pretty much faultless here. He's a gorgeous looking horse. He's been at the top of his game for a fair way into this preparation, but I do think it's probably as good as I've seen him for the whole campaign. The other horse that I thought looked fantastic was Chocolates. She's come back bigger and stronger this time round. She's moving great. You would think that they're probably just going to be a touch sharper for her, maybe. Maybe she's the best horse in the race too, but she looks very, very good.
Let's have a look at the market here. Presser $2.85, $3 for Acting on Burger, and Chocolates $3.10, 6 for Mr. Vivaci. Lot Rock, $41 chance first up. Interesting race. 3 of them separated by very little, so $2.85 to $3.10. And then Mr. Vivaci, the one that the market says can certainly win. A bit of a gap to Lot Rock. But interesting betting race here with the top 3 well in commissioned, and currently Presser leads the pack. Let's catch up with Jack Turnbull, who is deputising for Kieran Marr. Interesting runner in this race here for the team there with Chocolates.
Thanks for your time, Jack. Got 2 runners in this race. Let's start with Lodbrog. Are we wrong to probably just assume that they'll be a bit sharp for him, or has he come back a little bit more dynamic this time round?
No, I'd say they'll probably be a bit sharp for him, but it's a small field. There didn't look to be a lot of speed on paper, so I was just saying, he's behind the travelling, it gives him a chance to run on, but as we know, he'll be 10 furlongs pretty quickly on the number 2 up.
He hasn't done too much in his jump outs coming into this, but you wouldn't expect that of a horse that's going to be getting over 3,000 in the not too distant future.
That's right. He's not diverse in the way he does race. He's a slow stayer, as I sort of explained to people. But once you get him up over a mile and a half, that's where he comes into effect. But over 10 furlongs or less, he really needs conditions to play into his favour. But we're happy with the way he's prepped up. He looks good. We'll improve and become natural.
Chocolates, I thought she looked fantastic. She's always been such a good moving mare, and I thought if anything, she's just getting bigger and stronger with every preparation that she has.
Beautiful mare. She's well. She's got a few more years than what Lodbrok would have. So if she can be just behind them and there, not having to do a lot of work, then she's got a chance.
Good luck here, Jack. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so we have it. There is Chocolates. She's certainly all the class that they feel or hear that they feel that she is wound up enough for this event. Yeah, it's been an interesting betting race because it's pretty much each of 3 now, Jules. There's not much between them in the markets. It has changed a fair bit. Also, seemingly well back to Sandown Hillside.
Yeah, see, it's the one that was probably 3rd pick when we were speaking about the market probably 10 minutes ago with Tim, and then it's sort of come 3. But you think he's probably going to be the leader, I would have thought. So that's the interesting thing for me in terms of they wanted to come with it. Chocolates hasn't been a big drifter, but it's not the 3. It's the one that has drifted the most in the last 5 minutes. So I don't think it's fully there, as explained by Jack, that it's not fully wound up. So I wouldn't want to be diving into a horse like Chocolates off this 88 days with the market just slightly spinning it out.
It'd be interesting to see what the turnover in a race like this is as well. It might not be a high turnover kind of race with.
Well, I think that's a really good point. I think the bigger players looking at it going, Chocolates has got the best figures by far. But it's also like, where does it get in run here? Do they become really conservative? And is it going to be able? Is it just going to be the tempo be too slow? It's not going to be able to use its best asset, which is probably its endurance, which we've seen over 2,000 metres plus. So it's interesting.
Hey, Jules, and you're 1 for 1. You're 1 for 1 and you're 5 for 25.
We need Acting on Verb to miss the quite that one. It's to run out of it.
It's been well back.
It's been well back, so you know how this is. There's Matty Hill.
Right, for the running here of race number 4, the first leg of the quaddie. As Presser takes one more turn, we're just zeroing in here on starting time. We've got some 15 seconds remaining. Presser and also Mr. Mirage to come along. So Presser goes in. Let's see, trees on the back. Rolling ferocious wind out there. And as Mr. Babaji is going to be the last one to come along with the chiming near. Just wants to dig the heels in a little. Attendants latch arms behind, 3 or 4 of them, and Mr. Babaji. Some ferocious wind here. Very windy conditions with this field of 5. The gates are back and racing at Sandown, and Acton on Burma with the 52 kilos this afternoon has gone straight to the front from Presser, and then Mr. Babaji the outer. Lodbrock takes a trail. He's going to settle behind those horses, and Chocolate's passing it. So they get into an early order. Acton on Burma is the leader into a ferocious headwind down the back and led by a length to its second Presser. Chocolate's third the inside, fourth Mr. Babaji, and a length and a half to the stale. Lodbrock last at the 1100 metres. So it is Acton on Burma, who is the second favourite on track, then a length and a quarter. Presser second, Chocolate's third. Fourth is Mr. Babaji, and Lodbrock is at the end of the field. So off the back section, 900 to go, and it's Acton on Burma. The last Seymour winner, dictating here for Logan Bates, led by a length to in second place.
437.
Narrowly beaten at Caulfield last start. Third is Chocolate's on resumption. Mr. Babaji is now 3 wide, sliding up a little bit closer in the purple jacket as they approach the corner. They quicken it up 2 before the turn, and Lodbrock is at the tail, 550 metres to go. So Acton on Burma left the fence, led by over a length. Presser chasing. Chocolate's next. Then came Mr. Babaji the outside from Lodbrock as Acton on Burma tried to steal it, tried to sprint away, but Presser stuck on. So too Chocolate's over on the far side. Acton on Burma, 200 metres to go, has company now. Presser and Eckaway, and Chocolate's over on the far side. 100 to go. Chocolate's drives through, takes Presser and Acton on Burma. Chocolate's coming away. They're just a bit too classy, and Chocolate's won it. Presser second, Acton on Burma third, and Lodbrock just running through the line.
4, 3, 7 and 1.
Last of the 5. Chocolates, number 4, opened up favourite at $2.70.
You know, this one, the 3 had a very nice arrangement here. The 3 had a very nice arrangement, and I was actually getting into 2 minds about this, whether it is 4 or 3. But the fact is this, that it is difficult to beat the pressure. It is difficult to beat the pressure. This is a fantastic horse. We'll go to the next 5. At times, the odds that fluctuates. It makes you think. And 169 all scratched. 310 8-4. So again, it is the same thing that the first linear and the second linear, they generally don't come in together. Generally, they don't come in together. Now, so they have the 10, which is from gate number 7. Is it a good horse? It's a very good horse. It's a second linear, right? Now, I like the 5. It has the rails and all that with a lot of advantage. It's one of the top, which is here, but it is from gate number 8, which is a 6-year-old gilding, wherein we have another 6-year-old gilding here. It is not doing great, but it is here. So largest, this is not working. This is not working. 1 6. If I needed to. The 8 has a, I mean, if we look at all the horses with advantages, they're kind of in a tricky position because they're coming out from very wide gates. Wherein this is the largest inner with a low pressure here, uh, which is good. The thing is, this one is also here, but it is a fall, so we'll not talk about that. This one is there, so 339. This one is good, but it's a 6-year-old gilding from gate number 8. So that, I mean, it doesn't help, but that 5 is quite capable. All right, if this was at least a 4-year-old, this would have been there. But like the it's okay. This one is the linear, got the rails. They don't come in together. They don't come in together. Generally, they don't come in together. It has to be a very high rated race, like a benchmark 84 and above. That's where we generally see them coming in together. But that's a separate issue. Here, that generally doesn't add up. So yeah, this thing is a possibility, but it's not at the right shape. So that's that part of the story. But still, it is coming from gate number 1 with a very strong advantage, way more than this one. So that 2 is a check. The 5 is very far. It's a 6-year-old gilding. If that's that, then this is here. It is there, some way or the other. But that's that. So here, and then this fits the bill. I mean, the larger drift is gate number 12, 6-year-old gilding. That'll not work. This is the largest inner, which is here with a drop, which is okay. So that is a possibility if the 2 doesn't get in. If the 2 doesn't get in, then that's good, but that should not happen. They generally don't come in together. The 3 is the favorite. The 3 has the highest pressure. It's going negative here. Let's check that side. $42. All right, not negative. It's okay. It's here. It is negative. It is not negative here, so it is okay. That is the highest, right? So $72, $81, 85, 8. I mean, if it ends here, then it is okay. 4, 8, 10, and probably 5. But if it extends, then it is here, probably. It's a strong one. That 2 is here. Okay. The only problem is this is going through a little trouble. I don't know what that trouble is. Let me check. 2. Not doing great. 7th, 5th, 7th. All of a sudden jumping to 2nd position. I don't know, but has some leverage for some reason. And it is here. So yeah, 3, 8 is a possibility if the 2 doesn't destroy. What action? It's all there, so very far. So in that case, the 5 is also not doing great, but it's here. from. We'll see. Bottom line 3 is looking good. 3 doesn't have a problem. Should win. Let's see.
Blowing dogs off chains. So, Zambardo, I don't think they lead now. I think they take their medicine, but then it creates a bit of an issue. I think C3 does lead, probably Printer then probably comes and sits outside it. You happy with that?
Yes,
as a start.
those 2 controls through. That's why I thought it would happen.
And then you've got the opportunity, theoretically, to put the favourite Zambardo, who's, $1.80, $1.85, into a pocket and make it really difficult. Bravado is they're starting to creep off the inside, aren't they? So if
The
they
pocket's not a problem. They're going to come off the inside.
okay, so they can come off
Very much like the chocolates.
absolutely. So they can do that. So that's not an issue. But if you're taking $1.75 and $1.80, I think it starts to come into your psyche
Yes.
as a punter going, I need all these things as a high percentage.
Yeah.
There is some, I think, some doubt with Bardo. If they end up taking leaders back, could end up in a world.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think it'll be a similar setup to what we saw in the previous. I mean, where they may have gone forward, now they're going to go back. They're probably going to get the right run with Zambada, which I think had to elevate a little bit on what it's done, but it is an improving horse. See-through was very game the other day, and I thought it looked a good chance. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, they're going to control the pace. See-through the Printer.
Printer obviously going for the 5:25. We needed to run top three. We get 3 of the 5.
Jules, you are in form, my son.
So, if you can fall off the cliff, very, very good.
Don't we know that?
Geez, you were spot on with acting on further. All right, let's get to race number 5 of the market. Points bet Zambado, $1.70, $3.50 see through the Printer, $11. Let's get to the mounting yard for the 5th.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Gawler Cup Day, Friday, 24th October.
We're over the 1,800 metres at benchmark 66 level, emphasises the scratching, so we'll kick off the yard with Toll Puddle, trained by Andrew Nobbett. Billy Egan's the rider. She would need to improve on where he runs this time.
Well, there's enough good horses in form at this race, Timmy, that you don't need to be making too strong a case for horse off a synthetic running more than 500 days since a win, so he needs to lift a fair bit.
Also, I think that his fitness is heading in the right direction. Pacifier's come up. I'm just not quite sure how good he is going.
3 Zambado. I don't think we're unsure about how he's going. He's flying, Hutch.
Yeah, I mean, we really like his first up under the mile. That bag race where he split up more than a bit up. And then the synthetic went with sound. He was very backable at sale. It was a good win, but it didn't blow me away. And I don't know, the horse is still sort of almost learning what it's all about. He might well elevate, but he's going to need to, because there's certainly a couple of horses here that have posted some pretty good numbers. So he's a progressive horse, and he's 6 career start.
If you want to be blown away, Hutchie, just come to Sandown. Zambado looks fantastic. This horse, I feel like he's absolutely hit his peak.
The aircon's not really that strong today, so we've got things happening.
Mick, it's getting a bit cold in here, mate. Can we just put the heater up a couple of degrees? Horse number 4 is Gates for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Gee whiz, where's he at?
Yeah, look, where is he at? Because he was 3-1 a couple working last start, peaked on each other. Actually, I thought ran well to about the 200, but at the last 100, he stopped quickly. And he's sort of better for does really well. He might be value.
It would surprise. He's still a long way off his absolute peak. He's just refusing to shift his winter coat, this horse, so I don't know why. Every other horse here is listening and pretty much had their full coat come through, and he's really hanging on to it. I don't know if that's a sign that he's just not going as well as he possibly could, but I'd probably take it that way.
Poor old Mick here in the studio's leapt out of his chair. Sorry, Mick, I was having a joke. 5 is Aristotis here for the Archibald team. Resuming. We haven't seen this galloper back since he ran last in the race at the start of June. It's been a little while since he's been in the winter stall, Hutch.
829 days. That's a very bad habit, Tim. Yeah, this is an interesting one first.
That's so rich.
I've got to shift the blame when I can. No, this horse, certainly interesting. I think the market was going to be complete with this horse because it's probably comparing a little bit further. Been a while since it went, but on the better form would be a mile off. So.
Probably a little bit hard to recommend on what he has been doing at the tail end of last preparation, but the horse looks very well. He's been well prepared for today, but it would probably surprise to see him come back a winner after 830 odd days.
McKenzie for Nigel Blackiston is yet to win under 2,000 metres.
You know what, though? This is a horse that all of a sudden is in the game with this pattern that I'm seeing, and I didn't mind. I mean, he got so far back behind Acton on Burger and Severov was quite astonishing, to be perfectly honest. He was a sneaky good run, back and wide. He was out of shot. This horse will strip a lot for probably up to 1,800 plus, if not further. But, you know, if he can get the right run today, this horse running well at a price, definitely yes.
He looks great, Hutchie. It's a really nice parade by him. He's a horse that I haven't really assessed for a good while anyway. He's very, very fit. He's got a lovely attitude. He's in healthy condition, so I could see him running well based on the way that he looks.
Mate, is the printer for Craig Newitt and Matt Kamani second at Bendigo last, starting the race won by Blazing Sword?
Yeah, he'd had a few weeks between runs, and he back to a mile last time. That was a good performance. He'd get battling. He's just a bit one pace. That'll suit him. They'll be landing in a prominent position with him as well.
He definitely gets a tick. He couldn't look much better than what he does today. He's a horse that's in good physical shape all round. He's lovely and fit. He's got a great attitude. He's a nice type of horse. He's very easy to like from where I'm standing.
See-through was brave, leading and giving a good sight last start on Hillside over a mile.
Yeah, it was a really good run. I liked it. And I thought, they sort of went up a fair bit bigger price about him, but he was going to get control of this race, and all of a sudden, but he's got the print there. It's not the spot to be. So that's the issue for me. But as far as his form and the map originally was concerned, he's got to be a very good hope, shiny new deal. Did come out of that race to win again. It probably swings back in favour of the favourite now, but he'll still run well.
He's quite hot and quirky, this guy. He doesn't quite know what he wants to do. If he wants to sort of half go up or throw himself around, he doesn't quite know what he wants to do with himself, but he does want to be quite silly. So hopefully Logan can get him round to the gates in one piece without going too hard. He looks like he really wants to hoon off. Condition-wise, it looks great. His coat is very, very healthy. Fitness-wise, I would have thought that he's still probably got a 10 or 12 kilos in him to be at his absolute peak, but he's been racing well looking like that. So without knowing him, it's a pass.
Wheelstone returned over 1,500 metres at Mornington after a little freshen up.
Yeah, we'll get back and no doubt be running on, I think, just hard enough racing. So probably needs something to be just a fraction easier.
He looks really well, this horse. It's a really nice parade from a horse that's deep into a preparation, well and truly fit enough to run up to expectation.
Ruby for Michael Wan and John McNeil,
Haven't really seen enough in the sort of patchy form to get overly enthusiastic. There's a big market push. I'll have a closer look at what I've seen. I'm happy just to keep going over again.
He's doubled up and looking particularly well, but I'll probably echo your sentiments, Hutchie. I'm not quite sure how well the horse is going based on his previous preparations. Only had 1 week from 6 starts and no other placings, but the team have done their job and prepared him looking good here.
All right, Hutch, that's the mounting yard for race number 5 here over the 1,800 metres with Josh Cartwright's galloper.
That I am, see-through, and it's been pretty solid in the market. I'm wondering if there's because the printer's ease, like does the printer go forward and later maybe see-through gets a trial behind it? That could be a potential of happening as well. I thought they might control it originally, but this see-through is very fair in the market. So far, it'll be tough to beat. I think it's under the odds personally. I think the printer's over the odds and worth something at a longer price.
It's all Zambado here for me. I thought this horse looks fantastic in the yard. He's a really good-looking individual. He's been beautifully prepared. Looks to have hit his peak in regards to his fitness, and I just really like the way that he was doing things today. Can't fault him. Of the rest, I thought the printer looked great. Definitely gets a tick. Couldn't be prepared much better than what he was today.
Okay,
so
that's getting taily.
Like Zambado, $1.70 out to $1.80. $3.20 for see-through, $10 for the printer. Gates is a $14 chance, $15 for Aristonius, $26 for McCanty. Frood is a $29 chance. Tom Huddle down the bottom of the page there is a $41 hope. That's the market points bet. Tick over 3 minutes until the start time of race number 5. Horses out on the track making their way round to the starting gates. Zambado, $1.80. All right, so
I reckon it might be Freud as well. Freud, Sigmund Freud.
Yes.
Price thing.
Yep.
There we go. Yep. There we have it. It has looked as though it's very ominous with regard to the rain today, but touch wood for Amy, because we do feel for Amy. She's been sort of on weather watch out there, hasn't she?
And when it changes, it's
have a look at it. Well, it could be blue skies like that, and then you look the other way. Back.
There was a couple of strange days, I reckon, maybe last winter when we were out there, Hutch. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Things.
Signs blowing off, rain.
Yeah. Seen it all. It's all happening. It's like a night out, Jules.
They cannot have a rainbow without it being rain.
Okay. Is that wrong? mean, he comes out with these words to wisdom off. It's usually the later of the day, but that's something else.
Yes. Let's leave that there. Saturday, Jules, big day for the team. The Foxcatcher event at the Osborne. We're going to be there, and Nick Ashton coming down from Sydney for it, so it must be big. Flying down, yes. One visit from Sydney to Melbourne, so he's booked to be on the flight. No certainty.
He'd be pretty excited.
He's pumped. Yeah. 12 o'clock till 6 o'clock. Just get around it. It'll be a bit of fun. We're going to try and just
back plenty winners.
And enjoy ourselves. That's exactly what
I think. Even if we
I've already had 10 bets for Flemington, so if the punters out there, I'll tell you what, I'm going to have plenty for
we've got a bit going on. We're going to have a bit of a chat about some futures as well. Features.
It's all free too.
Yeah, it's all free.
Yeah, there's plenty that we're going to discuss. Hopefully we can help them, but it is free. Just turn up. You'll be there, Timmy.
I'll be there. Yes. I'll be there at 11:59 and change. Just ready to charge upstairs.
Beautiful work.
Straight into the sliders.
Yeah.
Because I won't have had breakfast touch.
Just don't know. Well, that's a worry. Don't order people around there like me because we'll get into trouble.
It's like, all right, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, you left that pretty quickly.
Yes, it's not too happy about the situation. Not getting much response at the moment, right?
Yeah, no, that's a great job.
All right, loading process underway. Hutchie, you're with see-through. Yeah, great moment for Josh Cartwright. He's only had a few runners in his solo training career. Getting a winner at Sandown on Wednesday would be sensational.
Yeah, it would be terrific. Horse is going well.
Give him strength. Here's Paddy Hill.
So the 1,800 metre starting point here. It starts from the traditional mile mark with the extended hillside track. It's 1,800, and the favourite way Zambada looked a picture going off to the yard from see-through, who's been a firmer 340.
You've got to be loaded
Stones, both tried up a little there. Around $13 mark on Freud going into the stall, see-through about to load, and Wheelstone, who commenced its career in Queensland, is going to complete the line over there. Starter marches over to the platform. Fifth of these, second leg body at 1800s. Wheelstone goes forward, ready. Top march there in barrier number 1, and has been able to regain its composure and sit second early as the second favourite see-through has darted off into the lead in the first 200 metres. So one of the course proppers, see-through, is the leader. From Toll Puddle, Zambado third, and then came the Printer pulling underneath of Gates, and further back is Freud, and then Aristonis, Mercante, and last Wheelstone. See through the leader as they continue their journey down this long back straight. 1,300 metres to go. It's the second favourite see through by 2 lengths. Toll Puddle second, third is Zambado, and then came Gates, who sneaks back. Still 3 wide, looking to find a position, so it forces up outside of the favourite. A couple of lengths, Aristonis now facing the wind, 3 wide, in between horses the Printer, and then came Freud towards the end of Mercante, and last of all is Wheelstone. See through the leader off the back, 900 metres to go. Led out by 2 lengths and kept them running into that headwind from Toll Puddle second. They were followed by
310, 4-5.
Getting a lovely run in isolation. A length and a half away next is Freud, and then came Aristonis. Under pressure there is the Printer, followed then by Wheelstone, and passing those on the outside Mercante. So see through, 550 out, tries to spread the field before straightening. It is see through in front by 2 lengths to giving strong chase Gates. Then Toll Puddle, Zambado looks towards the centre of the course under a hold, and then a gap to Freud and Aristonis. See through a length in front of Gates. Zambado clicked up though on the outside, idles up. And over 200 metres, Zambado raced past see through. They were followed by Gates, Aristonis. This is all over. Zambado wants to have a bit of a gawk around, but Hands and Hills is a really nice winner. That was so soft.
So they did come in together. Three, 10, 4, and 5. We go to the next. 489. Scratched. 12, 11, 3 and 6. So what might go wrong in this? It's a somehow it's losing the plot here. It's the linear. I mean, we've been getting the linears back to back. All the linears have been coming in today. But the problem in this one, it's a difficulty. Plus, it looks like that it'll go below 48. There. There's something not right with this one. I don't know. Both of them. Both of them. There's something not right. What are the other things that are possible? 3 is on top. They're like that. This doesn't have the physics. This one doesn't need the physics. See, it's a linear. Ideally, you know, that should work. But the problem is this, that there's something not right with this horse. There's something not right. Either it wins. It came in 16th last 3 weeks ago. And that it shows there's something not right. There's a pressure on this. This is weird. I don't know how this will work. From gate number 9. Has the physics, but that's the best hand. Anyway, point is this is not looking great. If it wins, it wins. If it doesn't, then we know that it was not looking great. How can we get something? So there's a possibility of that 5. If the 12 wins, then there is a possibility of 5. But for that, the 12 has to win. And this one is there, but it's like this. So that I don't know. Then here, if it looks like that 54, it doesn't have the rails. This one is not a winning horse. It's a gamble. Maybe, may not be, but I'm. This is not looking great. This is not looking great. This is not looking great. If it drops here, then we have this one there, but this is gate number 12. This is gate number 3. And that is gate number 457. But they're like that. So then these two horses are there. This is falling. This is falling. Fine. Difficult to believe all of them. Anyway, that it looks like that. It is not a great arrangement. It is not a great arrangement. It's here. Doesn't have the rails this side. Has the rails this side, but how much is that going to help? Got the physics. Bottom line, the physics is there, but the horse, it's a question. We'll see how it works. PC, welcome back, PC. I was worried. I was actually about to send you a text. Haven't seen you in months. This never happened. I was thinking you were, I don't know what happened. Maybe you were not well. I'm with Sydney. That's great. Brilliant, PC. Brilliant. That is brilliant. We were missing you here. We were missing you. Oh, that's good. That's good, PC. I mean, you have your strengths, and if you focus on your strength, then there's nothing like it. You have your strengths. There's no doubt about it. You have your strengths. You just have to focus on your strengths in workout. Coffee Cup is when? Coffee Cup is still there. It's this month sometime, I know. Coffee Cup is after the Randwick races, I think. It's not this Saturday. This Saturday, I think it is Randwick, and there's one race with Fleming, the 18th of October, right? 18th of October. But one good thing that has happened, PC, is now we have the feed for the Sydney races, the New South Wales races, almost all the feed, almost all the feed. Fabulous, fabulous. It's so good to see you. So good to see you back. Sitting, you're talking about Rose Hill, right? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. It's got 11 minutes. Not yet. They're showing balaclava. Wait, I'll put it on. I'll put it on. It'll give me a copyright. PC. Balaclava will give us copyright. They'll put a copyright claim. You've tried that. The Sydney races are good. The Sandown, Flemington, those are good. But the moment we go any other place, they give us a copyright claim. That's your Rose Hill, PC.
I raced last time and 15 simply can't probably send you up here.
Turismo is a favourite. 190 out the black figures 210. More Jude, best factor beat it. Popular for Josh Parr, Bjorn Baker. 440 to 270. Topping it's the clear market mover with the tab fixed late with the bookings. It's 195 to 215, back in the 210 Turismo. More Jude's attracting really good interest. Second over the beat it everywhere. 390 into $2.70. It's the mover. It's the track side for the fifth.
So Starman, looking for his first win in many years, is the last to move in. So Turismo of Hawkesbury forms a short price favourite. They're racing Pony Soprano left really well off the inside. Together with More Jude is going to challenge it. Forecast away. Well set on the third. DeMello improves on the inside of Whiteout Starman. Turismo back just in front of the Cloisters, and Kilman is back last of all. Pony Soprano is going to make the running here and does it comfortably by 2 lengths on the very well supported More Jude. DeBello roused to third inside Forecast, and then came Cloisters. This favourite Turismo's back in the field, about 6 off the lead. The 2 behind it, Starman on the outside of Kilman. So Pony Soprano, the horse from Port Macquarie, is going to try and run them off their legs. Pony Soprano 2.5 clear from More Jude and Forecast. Then came DeBello creeping closer. Further back to Turismo has been ridden up coming to the turn. The response isn't great at the moment, and Cloisters getting underneath it, so the favourite's in plenty of trouble turning for home. Pony Soprano, then challenged now by More Jude on the outside. 2 up to DeBello. Then came Forecast, and a few lengths further back to Turismo. Starman.
Brilliant.
More Jude is bounded away. Inside the 200 is well clear. Starman's coming down the inside. Turismo's getting in the mood late, but More Jude's off and gone. Out to punish these today. More Jude lands big bets to win. Turismo chipped in at the end.
174.
And beaten about 2.5. Starman third, a gap back to DeBello. Then Cloisters from Kilman. Pony Soprano got very tired to use with Forecaster.
Josh Parr gets a double, and More Jude left.
That was brilliant. Yes.
Here that are probably going to look for this front row.
What is wrong with this?
Bit of a group to come. One that I wouldn't be surprised if they saw waiting up strong.
I feel the same way about him, Punchy. I feel like he's come back in really great shape. He's dappled up. He's moving beautiful. He's a really attractive horse. I think he's going to be in for a nice preparation. You would expect him just to want this run and get better as he gets over further, but it wouldn't surprise me to see him running very well based on how he's been turned out.
8 and 9 were scratchings this morning. 10 is a late scratching punters, so Kirribilli have the orders of the training partnership in Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman not taking her place. Bronte Beach is... she's horse number 11. She's trained by Big Price and Michael Kent Jr. She's won 2 of her 3 career starts.
She has. She started $2.90 last start against Flying Valley. She was just so far off her best there, it wasn't funny. So she's had a jump out in between, and I thought it was really good work. And I thought she may well be back now. So don't be surprised if she turns things around very quickly and proves hard to beat.
She looks very typical of her, this girl. She never carries much condition. It was interesting to hear Tom speak of her earlier when they had their winner, that she's just not a great eater. That's pretty evident in the way that she parades. She's quite tucked up at all times and never carries any condition, but it's pretty typical from what I've seen of her when she's won previously.
Steel Trap's an interesting horse. She's already a Group 3 winner at the back end of last preparation. She resumed in the Captain teams, which is clearly a much stronger race. Was it just the straight that she didn't appreciate, do you think, potentially?
I think so, but I was still disappointed.
Very.
You know, I left her out early, ended up throwing her in the numbers, but for me she was just way under the odds. And, wouldn't be shocked if she won. I couldn't take the price, and I'm happy to sort of play around with it.
She's nice and switched on with the blinkers going on for the first time, and I'm sure the team would be hoping for a much improved performance.
Even I have a very big question mark on this. I don't know whether that will work.
The condition was good when she ran at Flemington recently. She looks quite similar.
That is the Mountain Yard Hutchbuster. Benchmark 74, 1,400 metres. Really interesting mix of gallopers in this race. And, well, you're with Sneaky Sunrise, who is around a $3.30 chance with points in.
That I am. Bronte Beach, of course, we've had a couple of sort of late controls here.
Yeah.
Steel Traps in there for third. So we're left with a handful of runners. But I think Sneaky Sunrise is, I think that's a play at 3:30. I really do. And Bronte Beach is the one I'm most worried about. I'll be going and working around Steel Trap.
Patchy, we are on the same team here. Sneaky Sunrise all the way for me. I feel like she's come back in looking an absolute treat today. I don't think that she could look much better than that. Her coat is beautiful. Doesn't look too far off her peak weight. She's never been a really big, burly type of girl. So I feel like she's come to hand beautifully this time round. Can't go past her. Of the rest, I think it's as good as I've seen Bond Mistress. I think she's come back in nice shape. One of the big odds that could run a cheeky race too is Staunch, and Bronte Beach looks like she usually does.
Let's have a look at this market. Sneaky Sunrise, 330, 350 for Bronte Beach. Steel Trap, just a little easier at $3.90 and Subliminals. The next best 8. Bond Mistress 12, by Tontis is a $12 chance. Staunch 23, 41 for double market. That is the market for PointsBet race number 6. 7-race program this afternoon. So this is obviously the penultimate. How's that for maths, Suchi? Beast mode. We're in the middle of this, 3 till 5 on all racing every Saturday in October. We are now in October, so this is outstanding. It applies to Beast Mode bets in the PointsBet app, so get on and check it out. Chances are you're about to lose. Free confidential support. Call the number on the screen or visit the website. Calvin McAvoy is standing by to discuss the chances of Steel Trap. He was last seen running down the track in Captain Tees.
Thanks for your time, Cal. What did you make of Steel Trap in the Captain Tees?
We were really disappointed. We knew that that Sunday was going to be a little short for her, but we were a little bit dumbfounded coming out of that run.
Which one is that?
Group winner of an Adelaide, form around is very good. We're still learning about it, but we noticed really good improvement physically going into today, and we're hoping that up to the 1,400 round the bend will be to her liking.
2.
With those things in mind, you've drawn a nice low gate very well. Would you like
which
to
is
sit with Luke on board?
Yeah, Luke is on first time. We've left it up to Luke, but as long as
Bronte
really
Beach.
I think that's important. She didn't finish
11.
the race off even at the end of the 1100, so he's just going to ride on.
Bronte, Bronte can bounce back. Yeah, maybe. I simply don't like the 12. The 11 is not great either. So what they're saying about the 3 is good. The 3 is reasonable. They're talking reasonable. They're not talking
Cross your fingers. Hope she runs well for you, Cal. Thanks for your time.
Yep, thanks to Calvin McAvoy. So just at the backstory of this scalper, formerly trained by Dan Clark and Earl Gilbray over in South Australia.
I don't know what will happen, but the 12 is not looking great.
No problems at all. So she's now in the care of Tony Calvin McAvoy. Pretty good filly on her day, but it's a nice knock to have on the door. Yeah, I wish they'd come back with mine on wanting something that I've got. Unfortunately, I've got absolutely nothing to offer them. No, we'll have to work on that. Yeah, we'll have to work on that. Got to get out there and purchase something. Yes. Yeah. If you've just got a house, or if you don't buy a ticket, you can't win the lot. That's it, mate. Yeah, you know the deal. I think Mr. James looking for property in South Melbourne. Oh, dearie me. Let's get to Matty Hill for his call of race number 6. Looking forward to this one, race number 6 on the card, the benchmark 74. And of course, we've got Sneaky Sunrise, who's Group 2 place in the autumn, and also Steel Trap, who is Group 3 winner in the middle part of the year in Adelaide. Steel Trap playing there last time, though. Looking to regain some confidence here. What is a pretty interesting race. Bottom is just the 5 by below. So just favourite Sneaky Sunrise, 10 cents clear of Steel Trap on the Bonnie Beach. Last one.
You're right. You're right.
Race number 6, the time, 1400, and they're locked away.
You're right, PC.
Double market goes back to the end of the field with Bond Mistress. Sneaky Sunrise broke well from Subliminal and Bronny Beach the outer. Behind those Steel Trap boat Tontes, and then a gap to Staunch and Bond Mistress. They're not going hard. And last of all is Double Market, the Phillies Classic winner from Cox Plate Day last year. The leader is Sneaky Sunrise, heading towards the top corner. 1,000 metres to go. Sauntering up to second is Bronny.
Now we can do all that, PC, because right now, we've got the feed. I was not able to do most of these races because I did not have the feed.
Sneaky Sunrise is the leader by a neck to Bronny Beach, so 2 of the favourites right up there. A length and a half, Subliminal third outside of Steel Trap fourth on the paint. A length and a quarter, Bo Tontes. Then came Staunch, Bond Mistress and Double Marketers at the tail of the field. A few of these should still have a bit in the tank coming around the corner. 600 to go. Sneaky Sunrise with Bronny Beach, and then came Steel Trap, who's trying to edge away from the fence behind them in the Yulong Green. Behind those Subliminal, followed by Staunch, Bo Tontes and Double Market's going to angle back to the fence as Sneaky Sunrise sprinted up. Bronny Beach is hanging tough on the outside, about a length away, and then came Steel Trap to the favourites who'll fight it out of the 200. A sprint home, Sneaky Sunrise with Steel Trap bearing it down, Bronny Beach and Bond Mistress flying. Steel Trap lifting over on the far side. Steel Trap is won. Sneaky Sunrise and Bond Mistress
12.
behind those horses in for Bronny Beach. Then came Staunch, Double Market, Subliminal and Botonde in what was a real dash for the last 400 metres. Steel Trap, Luke Curry at 370 and 170 out sprint. Sneaky Sunrise. Bond Mistresses had an enormous run out wide to finish in behind those horses.
12-3.
12, 3, 2, 11. When the judge calls a halt, 12, 3, 2, 11 and a good finish, but it was a dash.
12, 3, 2, 11.
It didn't go hard, and it was going to be a real sprint when they hurtled down the hill. It was on for young and old. Sneaky Sunrise drifting towards the middle. Bronty Beach was virtually on one rein, wanting to drift off.
So the 12 won. Twelve, 3, 2. Got there. I thought it wouldn't from gate number 12, but it did. This is the last one here today. We'll see how it works. 8 has been scratched, so there's no 8. 5, 10, 2 and 6. It's again something. It's not a clean stuff. It's not a clean shot. It's not a clean shot. Uh, the 12 won here. That's that. But it's the linear. I mean, now this distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. Now the 5-year-old mares are not here. So Sandown 45. All that is okay, but I, I mean, I wouldn't have gotten into it. Doesn't look great. Doesn't look great. Can it win? It's got the leverage. It's got the leverage, and it has been. It won last two races. It came in first, 2,400 meters in last two races. That's all. That is that. But uh, everything else is good, but whether this will win is quite questionable. We'll see how it works because I don't have my I don't like it. Bottom line, Eagle Farm, not yet. They're showing something else. This thing gets stuck at moment. I don't know why. Bad ride. Okay, that's Eagle Farm. That was the last one. Dogs. Which dogs? Okay, that Guneda is. PC, do you know where this is? Is this South Australia by any chance? Is this a South Australian feed? Because if that's that, then we'll get a copyright claim. There is Guneda. NSW. Okay. NSW is okay. 4 New South Wales. Man, they're really fast, huh? One. One. Well, that looks very funny, BC. Country dog. One always wins. Okay. Vishwa, welcome back. Short dog races. Yeah, I was looking at a few dog races the other day while fixing the feed. They have some 300 meters, 400 meters, and all that. They've got those distances. Okay. I've been looking at I had a little time. Somebody asked me to do the um, the American football, the Dolphins. Uh, so I was looking at them also, and it's pretty neat stuff. Yesterday they had the Jets versus the um, Dolphins. I think Jets. They were Jets. I mean, I'm trying to write Rosal. Rosal is how far? This thing gets stuck for some reason. I don't know why it gets stuck, but at times it does. That's a different track. God knows where these places are. The problem is they're not very friendly people. Oh, you've got 6 minutes to go on Rosal. It'll take time. This particular feed is for 2 minutes before the races. They don't show you the paddock. They don't show you anything. They just go bang one after another. And you've got the entire world in there. You've got the American races. You've got everything in there. But PC, I think Saturday is going to be good. Saturday is going to be good. We've got the land week after a long time. After a very long time, we have land week. I'll take a look at that. Wait.
These for Infinity back glasses.
PC, it belongs to someone else. If he gets a chance, it'll give me. It belongs to somebody else, PC. I'll put the Rose Hill. That's another dog race. We still haven't got the uh, thing for. Yeah, but that's the problem, PC. The thing is, I've been getting copyrights from these guys. You know, I played someone else's video some other day, and bam, they just look for a chance. I mean, if they are low on any other metrics, they just look for an opportunity. PC. I mean, I don't understand why someone would do that, but they do it. PC. They'll give me a copyright claim the moment they find it. You've seen what happened with Hong Kong. They did that. Then the South Australian feed that gave us copyright. So I'm just trying to be safe. That's all. We're at a point in time where we can't take those risks anymore. See, this thing is getting stuck for some reason. I don't know why it is getting stuck. This is Roseville, PC. I know, but there's a different concept of this altogether, PC. Even if it is public, if somebody has got the content ID, And if that flashes that somebody else is using that content ID, they can't. They can't ban me, but they can give me a copyright claim. That's what I'm saying. They can't ban me. Yeah, I know, PC. I'm just trying to be safe. That's all, PC. It's at this point of time, why get into a kind of a situation where you give someone an opportunity where they'll come back with a claim? You're on which one, PC at Rose Hill? That's all the way more tricky because it is their phone. If it was a free ID, then it would have been good. 6 Midnight Dynamite. Which one is that? Midnight Dynamite is on the third place right now. Midnight Dynamite. Uh, 8. That happened. 8. How far are we from the last race at Sandown? 7 minutes. The YouTube one, the one on YouTube.
Yeah, whether or not he handles it. Beautifully rated last start by Ethan. He's a jockey.
Should be back last as Bonnie Boucher. Going to lead to the lead from Power Paddy. Trying to charge after him was Barbatos and Olsen Bender will have Theo via the cape. Inside him for Sam off the track and Blazy Melandry. And 10 lengths away to Swift Fantasy. They come up the first time. Power Paddy drove to the lead. And Barbatos runs up finding the Olsen Bender. Into the clear. Giving it back to Melandry's pretty handy. Inside for Sudden Sam, Bonnie Boucher. Back to the tail and Blazing, and where is she? She's still 6 lengths away. They hear down the back, and Olsen Bender's charged to the lead. From the inside, Power Paddy will get a run now. Comes Melandry with a big burst. Here's Swift Fantasy. I'll get to the outside of it late. Olsen Bender in front. Swift Fantasy. Swift Fantasy beating Olsen Bender. Olsen Bender. Then Power Paddy and Melandry. Sudden Sam wasn't far away. Back to Bonnie Boucher.
yard as usual. His coats come through quite nicely. There's no knocks from what I've seen.
Yeah.
The outside is lots to love for Annabelle and Rob Archibald with Ryan Houston in the saddle. This scalper was the last start winner at Vanilla, and he was very short that day, Arch. He was. I don't think there was much depth in that race, but the runs at Sale Prior were decent. But he's one that I thought had to improve a little bit on what he'd posted in terms of his speed figures.
He's been very well prepared, this horse. Blinkers do go on again today, so hopefully that'll just help him take this next natural step. But he's been turned out in really lovely shape.
This Fly the Throne for Kieran Maher and Jamie Mellon. She was a winner earlier in the preparation at Geelong over 1,770 metres. Yeah, I was willing to forgive the run at Lakeside when they went for it. There was no speed. It was a real bumpy pace. So they went to Bendigo, and I was underwhelmed. I thought, I should have showed a bit more. But
have you tracked the issue on that day, do you think, perhaps?
Absolutely. Genuine could have been the case. So, willing to give her, I should say, the benefit of the doubt. And I think she was on the right trajectory prior to that last defeat.
She's just nicely on her toes, this girl. She's got really good tone. I feel like she's hit her peak in regards to her fitness.
The lucky last horse to have a look at is Highland Glory for Dan O'Sullivan and Sarah Field, who has been going along okay this preparation, although wins have been scarce.
For those who like their SPs, this horse started $2.75 versus Kalamata. Today you're getting, $15, something like that.
Eland, which is
But I
Eland?
thought she had to be possible. I thought she was pretty plain. She is consistent, but
Six.
if you're trusting that form, you're back in Kalamata.
Gets in nicely with no weight on her back today too. She was moving particularly well, this girl. The coat was lovely, beautifully loose in her action.
She found Kalamata for us a few Wednesdays ago here on racing.com. Are you buttering up and backing him again, or at least giving him a really good chance in a competitive race?
Yeah, I've tipped them on Roy on top, but I think depending on what the tactics are, I'm much keener, definitely at the price, because
I don't know. I don't like the five.
$7.
I,
Sure what's doing male model.
if it wins, it wins. But
Like I said, it'll just depend a lot, I think, on what they decide to do. They don't have to lead. But, yeah, the numbers were 5, 4, 7, and 6. I think if you want to have a crack at the open, it'd be Kalamata.
I'm going to go a little bit left field here. I'm with Orchard Pete on top of the yard here. I thought he looked fantastic, this horse. Lovely, big, strong boy, really grown into himself now, and I don't think he could be in much better physical shape. He's going to need a nice ride from that tricky barrier, but we'll hand that over to the jockey, and that could be up to them. Of the rest, but Omamori looked fantastic. Really couldn't fault this parade either, so if you like the favourite, I can't steer you away. I thought he looked great. Of the rest, there was a couple of others that I thought looked good. Harlan's been really well prepared, as has Fly the Throne.
Let's have a final look at this points bet market in the lucky last year at Sandown on a Wednesday afternoon. $3 for Omamori. Autumn Heat, $5.50. $5.52 for Fly de Tron. Harlan 7, $9.50 Kalamata, the one who Hutchie thinks is probably over the odds. 10 for Male Model. Highland Glory, $16, $18 Captain the Hill figure. That is the market with points bet for Sandown Hillside race number 7. Let's find out a little bit more about Autumn Heat's chances from his trainer, Matt Kamani, who's standing by with Amy Young.
Thanks for your time, Matt. Pick of the yard. Hopefully we're both good judges. If I pulled the right rein, is he going well?
I hope so, yes. I think so. This horse, this preparation has really pulled things together and seems to be in a rich vein of form. I thought it was an excellent run last time, just getting there on the line, but pegging back a fancied horse with a claimer on board was quite hard to do. Owen timed it beautifully there. We've got a slightly tricky gate today. Hopefully he can put in a simply good ride today and get him across the line and get up front.
One benefit is Owen does know him very well. He's ridden him all in preparation. What's been the progress that he's made in between each run?
Well, he just seemed to pull himself together in terms of his pre-race behaviour. He's one that can get a little bit worked up. Never in this sweaty, wasting too much energy sort of way, but just in an inexperienced sort of way. And he seems to be a bit more professional about things. I hope that that's the reason. It could, of course, just be that he's had a tough crop and he's now a bit more tired. But I suppose we'll see today, stepping up a bit in class and on a bigger track. We'll see. I thought about claiming today just to get him off the 61 kilos, but I thought Owen's knowledge of the horse, because he is one in the past that can pull a little bit, I thought that knowledge sort of trumps taking weight off, but we'll have to see.
Big, strong horse has been well prepared. Hopefully you pulled the right rein. Good luck, Matt.
Thanks, Ivy. Cheers.
We're going to head up to the best in the business, Matty Hill, to call the action for the last.
And it's been an absolute pleasure today. Well done down there on what has been an entertaining day, a smallish day with 7 races, but some horses that'll no doubt go to better things in the next few weeks or so. Big day coming up on Saturday, of course, on racing.com with the running of the Turnbull. What a great Turnbull it is. And of course, Matara and Gunbow there cups on the country circuit as well. Can't wait for the weekend. Our male model is going to be the final one to join the line with Madeline Owen aboard, who's ridden 9 Metro winners in New South Wales. Takes the outside and the field is set to go. Staying race to end the day. Gates are back and away they go. And towards the inside, Lots to Love began well with Captain Hillfire. Male model towards the outside is just out of touch at the moment. It's about 5 lengths off the second last horse in the early stages, taking a little bit of time to find its feet as they go to the post. The leader is Lots to Love by about a half length to Heartland. Captain Hillfire third on the rails. And they were followed by Omar Mori, who is going to lock fourth. One off the fence initially, almost running a little bit wide on that corner. And the horse at the back of the field, Male Model, not concentrating at all. Bawada Trone, fifth on the inside. There's no speed. Autumn Heat, sixth one off the fence. And then came towards the inside Calawadra as they head over the crossing from Highland Glory and 5 lengths Male Model. So Lots to Love is the leader, heading towards the back section from Harland at the 1600 metres, 2 lengths away on Memori. The favourite's getting a lovely run the outside of Captain Hillfire. A length and a half to Autumn Heat, and then came for Wild Detrone and Calawadra, one off the fence. Highland Glory next to Little Keen and Male Model tacking on. No speed at the back of the field at the 1300 metres. So Lots to Love getting a cruisy run in front from Harland. As a result, just pulling now on the outside. Captain Hillfire is third as they've stopped and started as they reach the 1200 marker. Omar Mori, next one off the fence, a length and a half away in the field is Autumn Heat as they run towards the turn off the back of the 1000 marker. Bawada Trone the inside, Calawadra third last. Harlem Glory is second last and Male Model is at the end. Lots to Love has controlled this, 900 metres to go. 3/4 of a length in front from Harlan second. Captain Hillfire is third and every chance Omar Mori one off the rails and now slips 3 wide as they reach the 700 marker. They want it a little bit quicker. Autumn Heat is tracking into it. Fire to Trone next the inner. Male Model from the back of the field is let slide and is making up some ground from Calawadra and Highland Glory as the field pack and it's about to get more serious at the 500 metres. Lots to Love left the fence. Captain Hillfire the inside. Harlem 3 and 4 deep. Omar Mori now presents to the outside. Next in the field is Male Model, wider full bore. And then came for Wider Trone. It's Lots to Love, Captain Hillfire with Harland the outside. Omar Mori's dropped away. So it's Harland with 150 metres to go. And Captain Hillfire who's kicking back on the inside. Captain Hillfire and Harland. Harland just in front. Gets a 10 in front. Harland.
6. Busy. 6.
Behind them. Then Lots to Love. Omar Mori disappointing. Autumn Heat and Male Model at the tail.
Harlan wins the lucky last on a Wednesday afternoon. Captain Hillfigure runs second and Calawadra's put in a good performance again at 2400 metres to run third.
Boom, 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 boom.
Performance by the winner with Lucinda Boyd getting another Metropolitan winner. What a great result and end to the day that is for the camp. The second and third horses have run well too, but all honours the winner, Hutch.
Yeah, I mean, I think
6, 3, 4.
It was a real sprint home. It was pretty bundling early. Male Model sort of made a move probably early enough, but couldn't really be restrained any longer. And I think a good run actually was Calawadra. He was well back in the field and he just launched late. But well done, Harlan. Right position, nice ride, in good form from that Flemington run and deserved to win. All right, the next race.
Anyway, that happened. What happened is that 6, right? This was something that I did not like. The 6 was here. 3 was up here. I mean, if we go through largest to smallest, then that is that. So 6 is here. This is here. 6, 3. Then the 4 came in. 6, 3, 4. 35, 35. So basically, I mean, it did not make any sense this thing with that pressure just did not make any sense, but that happened. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Out and out. And thank you so much for being there. PC, thank you. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there and tuning into it, my friend. And I'm so happy to see you back. Vishwa, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Ascot, thank you so much for being there, my friend. William, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dowes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I'll see you on Saturday. We'll do random.